What is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Good morning. Happy Monday, Massachusetts versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We're going to cover it. It is a bench trial, and Turtle Boy's lawyer, one of them, is at the helm. So we'll see how things go. I want a fast pace popping. We'll see if it gives it to us that way. But anyways, come on in. Good morning. It says it's supposed to start at 9. Woo-wee. Yeah. I got lots on the week. Last night, those of you guys that joined in, I did a special on the Jonathan Lee Riches Magnolia case. Also, I'm in possession of when JLR took a picture of his body when he went on his hunger strike. He wrote, I'll show you guys. He took a picture. I mean, he's just a tiny little thing. And he says, Jonathan Lee Riches survived Hurricane Ike with no food or water. I'm still looking for my stomach. Hurricane Ike sucked the skin and fat out of my body, he wrote. I mean, this is back in 2008. See, I'll pull up. Pull up, B. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at. We got some action here. Remember, no jury. This is a bench trial. This woman's like, I got a camera on me. I got my hoodie on. I got my jeans on. Turtle Boy's going to make fun of me. So. Good morning. Big news for Kentucky. How are you guys' brackets looking? We have a week remaining in March, pretty much. And what we are waiting for is a ruling. We're waiting for the, in Tennessee, we're waiting for the Holly Bobo case. So we're waiting for that ruling. So.
Okay, great.
Again, we're going to see how this goes here. If people really aren't interested in this case, no reason to cover it. You know, Massachusetts has a really weird thing. Like they don't believe in starting trials or courts on time ever. One of my Final Four teams is out. I had Gonzaga going to the Final Four. They lost. Everybody else is still in it. A really good matchup is going to be St. John and Duke. St. John's getting it done last night. Matt says, I have Houston versus Arkansas in the final. Oh, Arkansas. Interesting. Bella has Houston winning it all. I have Michigan winning it all. So. Boston. There you go. It's great that you're covering this trial. Well, we'll see how great it is. I know that I think it's interesting that they're going with the bench trial. That's like I have Houston. Good luck to you, Matt, there. I hope that Houston does not make it to the Final Four, though. That'll really help my bracket out so I could beat Bella over here. Bella's winning. Winner gets $100 in the house. We got a 10 of our points today. I think Bella only missed like 3 or 4 games in the first round. I told her she should have put that shit in. She would have won some money. She should have put that in the NCAA ESPN brackets. Look at this. What's going on over here? Sounds like the bailiff is telling him, get some order in there. Stop talking. There's going to be no talking. You get it? What is she accused of? She's accused of pulling a gun on cops. And she says, no, I pulled a gun on myself while holding my child. And they shot her. The cops shot her. So they're saying that she pulled a gun on cops. And she's saying, no, I pulled the gun on myself. And then they shot me. She's a cop. They were cops. She was holding her baby. She had postpartum. And it just spiraled out of control. Yeah. Well, technically, we're going to see that. That's just what they're saying that happened. So I wouldn't say technically. Oh, there's Sherry D. Yes, and then it ended up being her partner that actually shot her. And everybody should ask themselves a question, though. We see all of this shit all the time with like officers pulling guns and shooting people. Why didn't they shoot her 5-10 times? Think about that. She'd be dead. It's pretty crazy. Because if they're really in fear and imminent danger, you see all these cops that are shooting people and not shooting just to like, hey, isolate them, and they're shooting to kill. So I think this is absolute and utter bullshit. I think cops are on power trips. You guys know that. I think it's we the people take back the power. We the people need to take back the power. He shot her so she wouldn't shoot herself. Makes sense. Well, that's what they're going to argue, I guess. Let's see, though. I know that she had they had cameras in that house. I feel like she was swatted, but we'll see. I want to know why they didn't have their body cameras on. There's everything about the situation is fucked up because, again, you just have to ask yourselves, you got body cam, why aren't you having your body cam on?
Behind the bar, though?
Yes. Okay. Well, once they get here, they'll be walking in front.
That chair's okay there?
Yes, that's fine.
Cell phones are off, right?
I would agree. I would definitely go. You guys know me on that too. You think I'm going to leave stuff up to a jury right now? Do you see the way that do you see what these interviews with these jurors are consisting of? I've never seen so many fucking idiots in my life. How the hell are they making it on juries? You know, I don't know what these lawyers are doing, but fuck, shit. Get some people that can read people. Add, you need these lawyers need to add people to their. If you got someone's life in your hands, the most important people are the jury. Those are the ones that are deciding the facts and how they're gonna, come together and basically vote at the end, right? And so the most important people are the jury and not losing their trust when you're presenting your case. And you see these jurors give these interviews and you're just scratching your head and like wondering what the hell is going on here. Like how the fuck did someone like this get on the jury? And I personally think that us picking the length of time that they want to pick a jury is so short. It needs to be longer. We should have access to your social media. Okay. You should really put a lot of time into how you want to do your questionnaire and stuff like that. But hell. So there is no jury here. And they decided it was a last minute. I mean, I'm sure they were probably talking about it, but it was a last minute decision to do a bench trial. I'm all for it. I want to know if Turtle Boy has the balls to go bench trial. His only hope is that he gets a fucking absolute mentally challenged jurors. Because if you go with the law in Massachusetts, he's guilty on everything. So he'll be definitely staying away from a bench trial. I heard that Turtle Boy has a wish list, an Amazon wish list. Make sure you guys get on over there and purchase some toilet paper for him. Absolute clown. Makes fun of people for having Amazon wish lists and then comes out and has one for himself. Hopefully he's not in attendance today. He can do whatever he wants. You have the right. Every day it's a delay. He's been delaying for 3 fucking years. He would have had the best odds to. Oh, what is up, girl? There she is. There she is. I love her. Lady Di. Lady in red. Oh, TB's on his way there. He'll be late. Jeez. Yeah, all the states have it differently. When I was in Indiana, that's why I wanted to go for all the voir dire stuff with the jurors. And I just, Jesus, there's not enough time. Nobody knew anything about any of those jurors. You knew about the me's. Anybody that was raising their hand, like, just like, get rid of them. Get rid of them. There's no to read somebody's questionnaire and they're answering questions. Anybody can answer questions and have time to think about it and make it look good. I want on the spot questions for jurors. Yes, we've never covered a bench trial. That's why I was like, you know what, I'll cover it. It's a lot quicker, like a super lot, like woo. Good morning, moderators. Look at William. Look at Sherry. Love seeing Lady Di in here. Is this Judge Bev's brother? God, I hope not. They basically put the camera in the jury box, it looks like to me. I guess maybe the other side could potentially be the jury box too. I don't know. I just can't believe that they're not set up. Like if this was supposed to start at 9, this guy's over here setting up cords and laying down tape. Sherry's like, I know everything about all these people. I've been stalking them. We're going to see how good, let's see how Tim Bradle prepared for this trial. Where is Lady Di? She's in here, or she was. She popped in.
Step out, you want to risk of not being able to come back. All right, so we'll just keep it like that. All right, does that sound fair for everybody?
They're talking about seating in the courtroom. He's like, if you leave to go to like the bathroom or something like that, we're not playing like this, like, you know, saving seats and blah blah. I really didn't think it was packed in there, but I don't know. Here we go. Yeah, this sucks. This whole camera angle sucks. You back it up, man. There they go. There's Bradle. Look at this stupid camera angle. Look at this stupid shit. Awful. God awful. Bench trial, jury trial. There's no jury. That's the difference. No jury. Sherry D, take your caps off. Law Girls Feed, all in caps. I'm good on that. Law Girls, my ass. Fucking bunch of crybabies over there. I think a lot of people don't understand postpartum depression. And I think let's just see what they do. It's going to be nice to watch it. We're basically going to watch it. We can be the jury over here. We're going to watch this case as, you know, I barely talked about it. I'm not going to lie. I wanted nothing to do with the fuckerage that's going on over there in Boston. The cesspool that just keeps on like anything that Turtle Boy touches turns to absolute fucking drama and not, you know, law and order. So that was the number one reason I just was like, I'm good. I mean, I think that Kelsey should be reunited with her child. And I think that, if she would have pulled a gun and aimed it at those officers, she'd be dead. That's what it would tell me. And the fact that she's not dead tells me that, yeah, somebody just got pretty reactionary. But if she has cameras in that house and those cameras for some reason are non-existent, I would have a problem with that. But let's see what she's being charged with. Let's see if it meets the statute. I know that the text messages that went on with her and that, Justin dude, I think he's an absolute fucking immature POS. So anybody that's riling up the person that's like, your baby mama, going through postpartum, or be there for your child. You're not a babysitter, So
I have to text him because he wants me to mark these first.
I am watching the news. I'm going off channel 10. Does Law and Crime have a different feed? Is Court TV showing this? This is off of the Boston 10 feed. I'm just sick and tired of Massachusetts running on their fucking little 9:15 in the morning. This is supposed to start at 9. For court not to be on time, come on. It's like going to the DMV, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, BMV, maybe where you're from, but same shit, different judge. I agree, Matt. It'll be good to see how Bradle moves. It'll be good to see if he's got the sly moves, or if he's just gonna pound. Is Kelsey gonna take the stand? It'd be interesting. You think Kelsey's gonna take the stand? No. Will Kelsey take the stand? Did you see Bradle on the bench show with Turtle Boy? I didn't watch that 6-hour shit with Lindsay Gaetani. No, I mean, I saw a little bit of it and was just like, this is the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen. A bunch of white trash people being white trash. Turtle Boy turns everything into fucking Jerry Springer. Let's see. We got the witness list. Good job, Sherry. Sherry's like, I got you, girl. We got the witness list. Let's see how many people. 3 pages. Josie's on a vacation far away. I think Turtle Boy's gonna find himself in more legal trouble here. I've had numerous people reach out to me, man. He's also about to be sued civilly. My boy's in lots of trouble. But he can keep on asking you guys for Amazon wish list items. Complete fucking ass. To hear him say, listen, the difference is that I can afford my own shit. Y'all motherfuckers want to just pay for it. I don't know, y'all just must like me. but y'all want me to make a fucking wish list on Amazon with fucking paper towels. Paper towels. I'm gonna buy him a fucking dildo and send it to him. A big black one, 12 inches. Open that ass up.
It'll be, I'm almost there. And then
Have I ever been in court with a violent outburst? No, the only time I think there was a violent outburst when I was in court was when Gall was just the judge, and she just had an outburst every damn day of somebody, was eating freaking crackers or something. Like, what's her name? Bella was right. Like, Lauren would have, I don't know who she thought she was, but Hidden True Crime would just have like fucking platters out there of food, and we're not supposed to be eating. And this bitch is just mowing on everything. And then, so I've never really been in a courtroom where there's been anyone's flipped. Trying to think. Yeah, no. So probably just Gall. But yeah, I was looking on Amazon to see if they have any black dildos. Let me see. I want a good vibrating one for that ass. Someone said to autograph it. I might have to get a silver Sharpie then. Like one of the gold silver ones that like glisten. Yeah. Let's see, Amazon. At work, not looking at the screen, and Lana's comment comes through loud as fuck on my speaker. I spit my coffee out all over my screen. Oh, that's perfect. I bet you everybody from work's gonna be like, "Oh my god, what are you watching?" Oh, just trial. Okay. Black dildos. Yeah, Amazon sells them. Holy shit. Never knew it. Oh my god, we can get that bit. We can get that in just a couple hours. And he can have it in 3 hours. He can have the 10-inch thrusting black silicone. Oh god. The realistic silicone. They come in 3 different sizes: 6.5, 7.5, and 9.5. That's perfect. Oh my god, here's a realistic one that water comes out. Get the real effect. Guys, this is hilarious. I didn't know that Amazon sells these. We can get in the Doc Johnson Bam Huge Realistic Cock Block. $69. I'm sorry, I didn't even know this exists. Amazon truly has it all. Maybe we'll get him some butt plugs. Oh my god. Vacuum powder. We need to get the vacuum powder. What is this? The Doc Johnson vacuum powder. Oh god, that's hilarious. It comes with a lock suction cup. Oh, this is perfect. $35. Big old balls. I gotta get myself a silver Sharpie. 11-inch long, feels real skin, black dildo, deeper, realistic anal dildos, perfect touch, dual layer, liquid. That's what a deal. $24. Best gift ever. Speaking of the glare got taken down from YouTube. Probably where he needs to stay. That's another brain dead human. I mean, not an original bone in his body. The yellowest teeth I've ever seen. Probably has the stalest breath I've ever seen. And they talk more shit about the people that they have sex with. He had sex with Nan. And now all he does is like talk about her. I mean, it just blows my mind. These people take people's money, have sex with them, and then talk so much shit about them. It's like, you guys know which one I need to get. I need to get the one that has the 12 and a half big black horse dildo. Girthy XXL huge BBC dildos with large suction cup. Thick giant monster. And they have a little remote control. I can control the remote from here and send him without it. Runkel helped him get back on. I was disappointed. Oh God. When are these type of people gonna like get with the times? That all they're helping is like literally criminals. But that's fine. Carson, don't lie. You just bought that last week. You told me about it. The glare is back. Run for cover. Those guys are completely lost in any criminal case. It's very obvious. You guys do know that he was in a huge critical K group bashing Shanann Watts. That's why I think it's hilarious that these people talk about the Watts case. The glare, huge advocate that Shanann should have been murdered. If anybody's out there saying that, that was him in a critical K group. I think I have all that stuff from back in the day. I just got to go find my old like devices. These people are just trolls. They just trolled all these Facebook groups back in the day. And I'm over here saying about Thrive, the MLMs. Stay away from like the MLMs. They're really bad for relationships. Like it gets you in a pattern of lying to your friends, your spouse. You're acting like you're doing so well, but you're not. You're actually losing your ass. And you're going on these paid vacations because you're not getting paid. I mean, it's really bad. But I didn't realize we need a disclaimer. So nobody ever deserves to die. And we never said that over here. It's crazy. I didn't even have a YouTube channel then. So these people are all fucking full of shit. My YouTube channel didn't start until my birthday in 2021. So do the math. Chris Watts' case was in 2018. These people really need to get with the times. I just cannot wait for a dose of reality that's coming. Like screenshots, fake screenshots with no metadata, you guys, like that he peddles on every live. That shit doesn't fly in the courtroom. Okay. Thank you, Karen. 5 years. Yep. I got a little notification that they're like, Lana, you've been on YouTube for 5 years. Do you want to see your 5-year recap? I was like, no, not really. I cannot believe this. It's 9:25. Imagine if we showed up late to our court hearing about some like traffic ticket. You know what I mean? Ridiculous. All right. Let's take a look at some other stuff I got here for us. We got some really big college basketball coaches that made it to the Sweet 16 this year, which I always love to see. So growing up, I was a huge Duke, Kentucky, obviously UC fan. And then you could never help but like love the best Cinderella stories. And the Cinderella stories that I loved the best were the ones that they actually did like a story on the team or like the mascot, or like when I played high school, we had one of our managers, he had Down syndrome. And my high school basketball coach, one of the best ever, he had him when he graduated, he stayed. His name was Johnny. He stayed with my coach, and like he had him around, the gym all the time with him, and had him doing stuff, and he paid him out of his own pocket. Yes, I still play golf. Not as much as I used to. I used to play like every single day, like sometimes like 36 holes. I was just like living out on the golf course. And I just realized I was spending a shit ton of money when my dues would come. I didn't join a country club until I was, when was it? Anyways. So anyways, with March Madness, they usually have like really good stories when teams like, the Cinderella team that will make it, that's like a 10 to 12 to 13 or 14 seed. In this year, Jax picked High Point to win. My handicap was best. I don't know, like a 5. Depends also if I get to play from the red tees, or we usually play yardage. So we play like 800. That's college standard for competition, 58 to 61. And it also depends on if you're playing like in Florida, if you're playing West Coast, if you're playing, Michigan, Penn State. Depends on what courses you're playing. I chose UC over going to Florida because of the grass. So when I went to visit, I basically had some really good options to pick from, and they were going to pay. And the reason I narrowed it down to South Florida, out of Tampa, Elon, Campbell, Wake Forest in the Carolinas, and then Cincinnati. Cincinnati had the best travel schedule. We flew on a plane everywhere. We had a shit ton of money in the program. Our coach was amazing. And when I said that we traveled everywhere, I got to go to Hawaii and play my freshman year. We went to, like I said, you name it, there's not too many states I haven't played golf in. We played a lot of the Big Ten tournaments. We played a lot of, obviously, SEC, Conference USA, Big East. We really didn't go out west that much. But we flew everywhere. Even when we had to go like to Penn State, we flew. I started as a freshman in college. I kind of tweaked my back my junior year. I had like a little bit of a reverse C when I finished. And it took a lot. It was a lot. We were playing, I couldn't even tell you how much golf. We were rarely in school. Unlike going and playing like a basketball game. Golf, you're gone for the day before that you get there for your practice round. And then you play 36 and then 18, which is hard to play 36 holes in a day and for it to be competition, to be walking. It's a lot. You get up and you got to stay focused from like 7 a.m. until, because they'd be like 5-hour rounds. Competition's 5 hours, so it's like 10 hours. So tell me a sporting event that you have to stay focused for 10 hours. It really tested my ADD. So basically you would travel. I would only usually be in school like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I was out of school Mondays and Fridays a lot because you would travel on Thursday night, like on a plane, and then we'd have practice rounds. Actually, I take that back. We'd have practice rounds on Sundays, and then our tournaments would be Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. So I was only in school like during the summer or during the spring and fall, like 2 or 3 days a week. It really crushed your Tuesday, Thursday classes because you were missing those a lot. we got note takers. Yeah. For me, I had to really pay attention to what teachers I took, because if people weren't going to go off of like the textbook, it would screw someone like me. I can teach myself. Give me my book. I'll be fine. But if you're going to teach and do stuff in a classroom and not stick to the books you're giving out, that's where we would get fucked. Yeah. And then we were in study tables. We literally didn't have a life. When they say that you're an athlete, that's a lie. You're an athlete student. I like some of the changes that they've made recently with the NCAA. You have to be, each year you have to now have so much of your target degree on pace to graduate, or you can become ineligible, which is very, very smart, because we would hop around to majors because of practice schedules. And that's like bullshit. I was told I couldn't be a teacher because of practice schedules. I was told I couldn't go into then like law. They were basically singling out majors that you couldn't go into because of when the class bulk was versus when we would practice and stuff. And so, yeah, it was, that's why I love the NLI. I wasn't there then. I'm dating myself here. I wish we had the NLI back then. And it should be there. It's really, really important, especially for women. Let's see. Tulane was one of my favorite every year. Like, that tournament was awesome. We went for Mardi Gras. Holy shit. That's when it was like 3-for-1s. And our coach, like, if you can go down there. We had a rule in golf that we didn't have like a no drinking policy. If you're 21 or over, you can drink. Basketball, we had different rules. They had like a 48-hour rule. You couldn't drink 48 hours before anything, whether it was practice or a game. Golf, we didn't have any rule like that. So our coach would take us down to the quarter, drop us off, and he would say, like, he only had one rule, which was there are no rules and you are to behave like an adult. And it was like the best thing that I've ever seen, because you grew up like here's like, you're an adult. We're going to treat you like one. You're going to get yourself up. You're going to get yourself to the airport. You're going to schedule taxis. You're going to, wait it all out. Like, you're an adult. I loved it. It's like, stay the fuck out of my hair and let me just show up at the golf course. Let me just show up at the airport. And then I got really burnt out. All we did was, I never wanted to see a freaking suitcase again. So for a while there, after playing collegiately, I don't think I traveled on a plane for years, like a couple years, because I never wanted to see it. I just was like, woo. You're just constantly living out a suitcase. That's difficult. And then who's there to do like your laundry? You know what I mean? Like, mom's not there. But basketball, they did your laundry for you. Yeah. We were sponsored by Ping. I had all the best gear, Scotty Cameron putters. I had Nike Ping drivers. I had Callaway and Ping irons. Anything I wanted Ping, I got for free. I think I basically had to pay like 10% of what it was. We had 90% off. Can you imagine that? I was there from 2000 to 2005 at UC. We got all of our gear was all free. Shoes, clothes, golf shoe. I mean, you name it. I know them, but I didn't know them. Like, they're younger than me, but I know them through, actually, they're from Cleveland. I'm from Cleveland. My mom knows their family. 68. 68 at my home course and at my high school home course. I shot something like I shot 32 on the front, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going for the record. And then I was just like, I don't know, I think I probably had a couple too many drinks on the back nine. In high school, funny story, I qualified to go to the state tournament. I shot a 49 on the front nine, and I knew I was like, I'm never making it. I turned around on the back shot, I want to say 34, and I made it by a stroke. And my dad was there. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's just like, how did you do that? I was like, I don't know, man. It was like raining. It was crazy. It was raining to kick off that day, that sectional day. And of course, I was in one of the first groups, and it was freaking raining. And I played like the first 5 or 7 holes in just it was like pouring. And people that went later, they're not playing in that. And at high school at the time, like it's just one round. You got to play, otherwise you're not going to advance. And I shot a 49 on the front nine, and I was like, dude, I'm done. I'm like not going to advance. And then I shot lights out on the back and literally made it by a stroke. It was something like I shot. Yeah, I was like, I went under. So, golf is the most mental, like, it's all mental. It's all touch, feel, mental. You know, you could be hitting the shit out of the ball and you can't make a putt. I had a great college and high school experience.
So, Jay, this is
I'm a type that you make what you want out of your life. So you give you lemons, you make lemonade. You give me lemons, you can go smash them. That's what I believe in. And I do believe also that people are also in, you're born into certain situations too. That's just a fact. And so people should need to take that into consideration.
What's coming in?
My family supported me, took me to golf lessons, whatever it was. Always was there, always showed up. Funny story, a couple weeks ago, one of my because then I coached high school golf and basketball. One of my girls I coached golf, I turned her, she was an awesome basketball player. I was like, listen, you're going to play golf, because I needed some more people to come out for the team. And she hits me up a couple weeks ago, out of the blue, haven't talked to her, years. She's like, hey, are you still playing golf? Can you give me some lessons? I want to start taking my clients out. It's like a really good tool if you're in business, golfing. You could do a lot of business on the golf course. And I was like laughing, because I was like, girl, you can't afford me, because I know she's making a shit ton of money right now. I was like, you can't afford me. She starts laughing. She actually does, she's in the, I don't want to say true crime world, but I could probably actually have her as a guest on the channel, on my channel for an episode to talk about what she does. It's kind of what Dr. Katie Spirko does. Anyways, so I was like, girl, yeah, drive on down to Columbus. She's still in Cleveland, but I'm not coming up to Cleveland to give you no lessons. I said, I'm going to start teaching Jack, so you can come and get these intro lessons. I made her never use a driver. I was like, listen, she had to play the game with a 3-wood. I took like 4 clubs out of her bag back in high school. And I made her play course management. And I shaved like literally 15 strokes. Like, it was just like, you cannot use these clubs, girl. You are just going OB every other shot. I was like, what's going on here? So So if you guys are just joining us in here, we're just killing time over here, talking about sports. Yeah. Yes, that's why I always say too. The only difference between me and someone who is harder off is luck, nothing else. I'm no better than anybody else. Yeah, exactly. I believe that too. We're no better than anybody else. It's just what we put in, you know. How old were you when you started playing golf? Oh, little. That's a good story. My dad got me involved. All right, here we go. I wanted to play golf because I wanted to drive the golf cart.
Call the case.
Yes.
This is March 23rd, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Cummill versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for jury waived trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. James Kubutosi on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marina Moriarty, also for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and with me is my paralegal, Courtney Daly, which I thank you for allowing her to be at council table, and my client, Ms. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons. You may have a seat. Folks, before we formally start the trial, I just want to tell our media members and our audience a couple things. First, you probably all know that I issued an order early this morning about what is expected of our audience members and our media here in the courtroom. And I'd like to just emphasize 4 aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as neutral and impartial as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that, just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the Supreme Judicial Court, I'm allowing authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among the media. Next, other than these 3 cameras, no one else is allowed to use a cell phone camera or any electronic device to photograph, record, or transmit any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom. Or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members of the media, may photograph or video anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So in other words, out in the hallway and other public areas of the courthouse, do not photograph anyone, videotape, etc., or any of the places. You should treat any orders or requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should at this time check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a courtroom. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right. Now, counsel, just wanted to go over a couple of procedural things, expectations, I guess. So with a few exceptions, I think I mentioned this at the last hearing, with a few exceptions other than a pre-charge, I'd like to treat this trial as I would a jury trial. So in other words, using the same process. which would include openings, closings, obviously, but also a charge conference before I deliberate. If you folks have pre-marked exhibits, I thank you for that. Anytime you do that, that's great. It speeds things up. I'd like to have an opportunity to quickly look at the exhibit before it's either displayed in open court or handed to the witness, just so I can familiarize myself. Don't assume I've seen anything because I haven't. Let's try to keep our sidebars to a minimum if we can. I'd like to have Ms. Fitzsimmons at each sidebar. Would be great. And also you should know that at the end of the trial, after I deliberate, I intend to announce a public verdict. I intend to explain my reasons for the verdict. I intend to have a transcript of my reasons generated and filed in our public record. All right. With that, any preliminary matters that you folks want to go over? No?
I have some preliminary matters.
Okay. Oh, and you know what? And there's one of them may be paper. There was a motion for review, and I don't know if I still have it, but paper 88 maybe. Yep. Okay. So on the motion for review, I'm going to take no action for now. I want to hear the evidence. I want to see the evidence. The Commonwealth didn't request one. I don't know if the Commonwealth will be objecting, but let me just see as the evidence comes in and whether I think it's necessary. All right.
That's exactly my suggestion. That's
Okay.
what I was going to say, Your Honor. So that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And what else, Mr. Brado?
Yes, Your Honor. The sequestration order.
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's several folks in here that are on the witness list. And there's also something I took note of, which is that there's several close family members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. To order in open court to those people. I don't need to single anyone out, of course, but I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that you cannot be a conduit to a witness and deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal sequestration orders, but why don't I do this, given that it's been raised by the defense? I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up being called to testify, you should know that I have issued what's called the sequestration order. And what's most, I guess, pertinent for you to know is that you may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness with anyone else on the witness list at all. All right. So get to know who's on the witness list, and you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps broad enough because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Brado heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Brado?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Brado?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett did an investigation into the propriety of the actions of Officer Noonan, a witness in the case, and the person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements of witnesses that were the product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did, asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
So can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying, so this outside entity, private entity, CIC,
CIC, yes, sir.
conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay. And you're saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes,
You have that.
I do. And it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements,
Okay.
which I don't have.
All right. So that's the issue. You're saying
Right.
that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those
How the
statements.
fuck do you not have that?
That's what you're looking for.
Correct. The actual real statements. And there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Noonan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it. But we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements, those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police, because they bought the statements. They own the statements.
Well-
They have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
All right. So, Mr. Bradle, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
Exactly.
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all of the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe that these?
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript is my guess, but they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Mr. Brado, it seems to me that this is a Rule 17 issue.
Emotion. Yes.
I can't, I can't just order a third party, which this would be, because again, the Commonwealth is required to turn over statements and information that's in their possession, custody, and control. We all know what that means, members of the prosecution team. The North Andover Police Department doing some kind of external investigation does not make them members of the prosecution team under our law. So for you to get those, you would need to follow the Rule 17 requirements.
It just seems to me, Judge, that the chief of police who retains and controls the investigation, he was literally present at the scene of this incident. He's a part of the prosecution team. And so he's the one that controls the report. And for him to put on blinders and say, oh, we don't have that. No, that's not the standard is do you have it or not? The standard is it in your possession, custody, or control? And it is. And so he was literally at the scene. So he's the guy who's the decision maker. So I don't see how this is a third party issue. It's really just something that is so germane to the right to a fair trial that the police department in the very case, and the guy that makes the decision is the one who's a recipient witness, is saying, putting on both hats, and now he's saying, oh, administratively, oh, I don't have that.
When were you provided the 80-page report? When was it produced?
I don't recall, Judge. At some point in discovery, I don't.
When was it produced?
Not like last week or anything.
Months ago.
Months ago? Okay. Why are you waiting until 9 o'clock?
Exactly.
On the morning of trial to raise this? Before me, for the very purpose of me weighing in on Rule 17 motions, not a peep from you. Why now?
Because I thought we were going to get it. I asked for it last week, and maybe even before that. And, I got the answer that, oh, they don't have it. So.
Commonwealth?
It's an independent report. I called the chief at council's request and asked them what they got from Attorney Bennett. They said they got the report. I asked if they had any reporting statements, transcripts, and the chief told me no.
Okay. So what I would suggest at this point, Mr. Bradle, is you issue a summons under Rule 17.
Exactly.
I mean, it really, at this point, I don't know.
I think it's a trial. I'm sorry to talk over you.
No, just hold on one second. Let me just finish my thought. Maybe Rule 17 isn't the right vehicle. Maybe just a summons, a subpoena, which then the police department can, report whether they, if they don't have them, they could seek to quash or something. But because it seems to me that we're beyond Rule 17.
Yes.
So that's what I would suggest doing. I'd suggest getting that out ASAP. As I said, I'd like this trial, in a perfect world, the trial and the verdict to be done this week. We don't live in a perfect world. I'm aware of that. So if things come up, we'll do the best that we can. All right. Anything else, Mr. Bradle?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Unbelievable.
So, like any trial, we're going to start with opening statements.
Can I send the defendant to the bar, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
That's
Yes,
okay.
of course.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. ADA Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth, does the Commonwealth move for trial?
Commonwealth move for trial.
Attorney Bradle on behalf of the defendant, does the defendant answer ready for trial?
Ready for trial, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? You are now set to the bar to be tried before the Honorable Justice Jeff Karp, Justice of the Lawrence Superior Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now proceed with opening statements. The Commonwealth will go first because they have the burden. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the witnesses be ordered to exit the room for the opening statements, please.
Okay. Yes, I thought that the sequestration order was that part of the sequestration order was that witnesses wouldn't be in the present during courtroom proceedings. Is that not the case? Is that not what I ordered?
That's what I asked for, and that's what you ordered, and that's what I expect. And I don't know why these people are sitting here.
Okay. So any objection?
No.
Okay. So members of the audience, if you are on the witness list, if you have been told that you've been identified as a possible witness at this trial, you must leave the courtroom. And remember my order about what I called a sequestration order. Thank you very much. There may come a time where I need to make exceptions to that rule, council. And you'll let me know when those exceptions are needed.
Thank you.
We'll just give everyone a moment to filter in and out.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is unreal.
Thank you, Aaron.
Mr. Bradle, are you content? Do you want to take a
Yes.
look around?
I believe that.
More people came in, so.
Yes, no, I know those folks, that's no problem.
So
Turtle boy.
I'll just say it again, folks that just came into the courtroom, if you were told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom during these proceedings.
Get out.
All right? Unless you're told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Noonan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. With specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being to become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations, barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department. And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, he was a detective, had a specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD, both because he wanted to end his career there where he started, But he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daly, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Noonan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiance, Justin Allain, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Allain came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court. Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Noonan to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door. And you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officer, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for Justin. The police have called Mr. Allain at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtroom. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that, so the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Allain. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left is the baby room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door on the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. They're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom, and Mr. Elaine comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me. Because she's upset with Mr. Elaine. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Elaine, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement. Because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home. He lives in Stowe, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly is down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs in the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Elaine's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house. Officer Noonan is standing on the landing watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Noonan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click. It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire. Officer Noonan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it. She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tack rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it. She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noonan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. Kelsey, don't do it. She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it, puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat. That is eventually collected by Officer Poor, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I would suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever,
Sure.
whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed when her fiance, Justin Elaine, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden in an ex parte fashion. The North Andover police had to serve that order. And in the late afternoon of the 30th, 3 male officers, Lieutenant Daly, Officers Noonan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms, and give the baby to Mr. Elaine. And that day, Your Honor, Kelsey stood in her house in humiliation in front of her police colleagues and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. She decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another location in the home. She's told that she needs to pack a bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Noonan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and books and thereabouts and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's evidence of her state of mind, that she has no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason to, and her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself because her life's over in her mind. So at that point, Your Honor, her apparently what was later learned to be her mom comes in the house, and she's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away a baby from their mother? That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Noonan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. It's a pretty simple layout. Noonan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's room where she got some stuff across the landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when I don't want to say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here, and Houston goes downstairs. Noonan, in a moment after Houston went downstairs, Noonan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Noonan. I told you about Houston. Noonan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Noonan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Noonan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor. So I don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence. The evidence will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Noonan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to no other. And we've discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed as it relates to or doesn't relate to Noonan's state of mind, Your Honor, that he's, as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor. getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Noonan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face, and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face. The evidence here, Judge, will show that he was trying to tell her not to kill herself. The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting. How do we know this even more so? Besides the lack of motive and the utterances that he made. We know because of the location of the firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daly will tell you that she's on her back. The gun was under her leg. If Miss Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Noonan, and falls backwards, how does that gun swing around and get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Noonan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics. It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun to their temple, so it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So the location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened. Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away. It's the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action. That's panic. So Daly comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive, what makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful. Anything that's doubtful is obviously not consistent with what the Commonwealth wants to have happen here. It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence. Only 2 people were in that room. There were no body cameras. The police never interviewed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They circled the wagons immediately, right at the scene. You'll see everybody treating Noonan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Noonan. And everybody wants to defend Noonan in this situation. And no one even took a minute to think about whether Kelsey may have a different take on things, may have something different to say. Why? Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Noonan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never point a firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case. And I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daly, please.
Sean Daly.
First witness.
Sean Daly.
Sean Daly is a North Andover Police Department officer. What you guys think of the opening statements there? This is just going to come down to a he said, she said, right? I think the biggest thing for me is the no, Kelsey, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. That is really, really indicative of the fact that she had a gun to her head, not was pointing a gun, just standing there waiting for somebody to turn into the room. Like, hey, you know what I mean? That's all I would need. That's reasonable doubt to me.
Could you raise your right hand? Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Excellent.
Good.
This is the state's first witness, Commonwealth. And they're going to go with Sean Daly. They're having a sidebar. Okay, so my notes, Commonwealth opening statement. They talked about Noonan's training and experience. Pat was picked to serve this restraining order because, he's just so cool, calm, and collected. Justin applied for and was granted the restraining order. They had a 4-month-old at the time. In the house, they had her service weapon plus 2 other weapons, were in the home. Her car not in the parking spot that normally it is in, but down the street instead. That's interesting to me. Want to hear more about what they think about that or however that plays in. They meet her at the door. She answers the door with the baby. They have cameras at the door. They also have cameras in the basement. But other than that, there's no cameras in the home. The Commonwealth is saying that, hey, she lied to them about where her firearms were located for a reason. She said they were in the basement. They were not. She said that twice. Kelsey calls her mom. Justin is also coming to the house. Justin's sister's coming to the house. Justin's sister ends up taking the baby. So the baby is gone from the house. The cops follow her around the house when she's getting bags and stuff for the baby. There's no bedroom door on the master bedroom. Across from the master bedroom is the baby's room. At some point, she's in the master bedroom and she hears Justin come, according to the Commonwealth, and it upsets her. I don't want Justin by me. The cops go to tell him this. Justin asks for permission to go to the basement. They allow him. The defendant's mom is in the basement with Justin. Again, the baby is gone with Courtney at this point. The Commonwealth's version is that she lunges to her right, grabs the service weapon. She pulls the trigger, and it goes clip, because had she actually had one in the chamber, she would have shot Noonan. Officer Noonan grabs his weapon. She's trying to bang the magazine, attempt to rack it. Noonan fires, misses, and then hits twice. The only credible evidence that the Commonwealth says, this just blew me away. The only credible evidence is that Kelsey picked up a gun and attempted to fire it at the police officer. That's the only credible evidence. How do you... Yeah, maybe if there was a body cam, but then Bradel takes over and he says, he starts off very powerful. Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. And now, is that somebody that's speaking with a gun pointed at them? Kelsey, no, or is it, hey, don't do that, right? Bradel says the gun is pointed at herself, not the officers. She was scheduled to go back to work. She was on the schedule July 3rd. She's always known that her firearm was in her room, and she knows this, and she told them it was somewhere else because she wanted to isolate herself. So she was told to go pack a bag. She has no motive to harm her fellow colleagues, her fellow officers. She thinks her life is over. Bradel goes through the fact of the matter is she's running through all of these things in her mind, and Jesus, he has really set this all up, and it's over for me. Bradel says there's part one, which is Houston goes down to the basement. Houston, another fellow officer, invited to the wedding. The baby room, which is near her master bedroom, Noonan starts to go downstairs as well. And this is where it was kind of confusing with me with Bradel, is it's like, you're not supposed to be leaving her and you kind of like left her. Is that where you're getting at? Again, she considers Noonan a friend. She knows that he has a wife and a child. She is alone in her bedroom. She picks up her handgun in her bedroom, walks to an open spot in her bedroom, and Noonan isn't in the room yet. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple when Noonan walks in. And then this is where he's talking about the CMR violation. So he has to adjust the narrative. And Bradel saying Fitzsimmons is trying to basically steal herself, like take her own life. That's the way he wants to word it. And the evidence is going to show that he was not super cool, calm, and collected. He was panicked. He was flustered. And that's when he was saying, Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no. No one says this if a gun is pointed to their face.
Audience, folks that are listening on our live feed, it's come to my attention, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything because we're all making our way through this trial and trying to figure out the rules of the trial. My understanding is that these proceedings are being so-called live streamed, and obviously, or maybe not obvious, we also have a public phone line open that's court sanctioned that is broadcasting the audio of the trial. I want folks to know that those folks that are on the witness list may not watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, or listen to our court sanctioned open telephone line of any of the court proceedings. The whole point of removing those folks from the courtroom is so that their testimony will be their own testimony, their own memory, and not that of other witnesses. All right, so I've instructed both sides to tell the folks that are here on their side of the witness list that they are not to watch the live stream, listen to the live stream while it is going on, listen to our open phone line. That also means that at the end of the day today, they're also, until they testify, they're also not to listen or watch any rebroadcast of those things. Again, we want a transparent, impartial, open trial that where folks are testifying based on their own memories. Okay? Thank you. And Commonwealth, you may proceed.
All right, here we go. Witness number one. Okay, all I want to say is to close it out here. the location of the firearm and the location of Kelsey, I hope that Bradle has a crime scene crime scene specialist for the reenactment of that. But he's saying that because that would be a really good indication of like how this truly played out. To be only 3 feet to 7 feet away and for him to miss, I believe that I would have been talking about like it's almost like he missed on purpose, like scare her. But you could also go the route that he's clearly not cool, calm, and collected because he missed. So maybe that's a better way to go about it with this, judge instead of like you're not talking to a jury here. So you could like tweak and kind of, obviously there's so many ways that you can go about any opening or any closing, and it's all trial strategy. They never interviewed Kelsey. Instead, they talked and treated Noonan like he was the victim. Why didn't they ever talk to Kelsey? You're going to come back and see that this is not guilty. So,
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name's Sean Daly, Seandaley.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your career path at North Andover?
Yeah, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I filled in as the SRO at the school for about 1.5 years. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, I was assigned to a drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016 and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Justin Yalian and his sister came into the station into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay. And did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiance at the time.
Okay. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant? Okay. And so what was her role as as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024. Not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025, she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Yeah. I believe so, yes.
Okay.
According to the CJIS that when we ran prior to going for a service.
And what you do as a police officer when you just
A order is it's a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's in imminent fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And a judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, how did you guys get it? How did the PD get it? Do you remember?
It comes through our email to the oic@napd.us.
Um,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Comes through.
Our email system through the courts. The court sends it to, I believe, every police department's like that now.
okay.
You use some letters to the.
oic@napd.us. Short for officer in charge.
Officer in charge?
Yeah.
Okay.
And all the supervisors get it.
Okay. So you got it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Miss Fitzsimmons had a small child?
Yes.
Were you able to review the contents of the restraining order itself? Not the affidavit, but what the court ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the court ordering?
She was to have no contact with Justin, the alien, or the child. She couldn't go within 100 yards of the residence in another town, I believe where his parents live. She had to surrender her firearms license to carry. Could have no contact with him.
As a result of getting that order, were you yourself going to serve it?
Yes.
Were you going to bring anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a decision as to who to bring?
Yes.
Why?
Based on their experiences, the way they've performed in the past, they're both calm, cool, and collected. And they've demonstrated that throughout their careers.
Okay, and who are we talking about?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
What did you do to get in contact with them?
I called Tim Houston on the phone. I asked him to drive by Kelsey Fitzsimmons' residence to see if the vehicle was there. He drove by, the vehicle was parked away from the house by the Atkinson School over in the corner of the parking lot. He saw the car, and then I asked him to call Pat Noonan or get in touch with Pat Noonan, and I would meet them over at the Early Childhood Center. From that point, you could still see her car where he was situated, but she wouldn't have been able to see the cruisers.
Okay, and so you did that.
Yes,
Did you make your way over to the meetup spot?
I did.
And who was there when you got there?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
Did you formulate a plan as to how you were going to serve the order?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So I explained the order to both of them, let them know exactly what we were there to do. Explained that we had to deal with the custody of the child or the exchange also, and that she had firearms in the house. We were going to have to seize those.
Did you make a plan with Justin Alayan concerning the child?
Yes.
What was that?
I took his phone number before I left. I told him to stay in the lobby of the police department until I called him. When I called him, he'd come over to pick up the child.
Did you make your way over to the residence?
Yes.
And what was that address? Do you remember?
No.
No problem. How did you get there?
It's Phillips Brooks Road. I'm not sure of the number.
Was it 125 maybe?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I'm sorry, what road?
Phillips Brooks.
Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you.
How did you get there from where you originally met up with Noonan and Houston?
We drove.
Okay. Where'd you park?
We parked in the school parking lot, which if you were looking at her house, it would be over on like the right side of the house. There's some trees and fencing there. We parked right over there.
And did you walk over?
We did.
All three of you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you got to the house.
We walked up to the house. I believe I rang the bell and I knocked on the door, and she came out holding the baby.
And when you say she?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons came out holding the baby.
And so can you tell us about your initial interaction with her?
Kelsey opened the door. I told her that we had paid like documentation for her, and if we could come in, and she let us come in.
Did you tell her what the documentation was originally?
At the door?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So where did you go in the house?
So when you walk in that door, it's like an enclosed front porch area. We walked into there, then the front door, the main part of the house is there. We entered that, like if you go to the left there, it's like a living room. We went into that room.
Okay. Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes, so I asked her to put the baby in, there was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to put the child down?
Justin had told us that he had concerns, Justin the alien told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her, that Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay, and did you explain the orders that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him, couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living, it was in.
Yeah, whatever, Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I said we were taking your guns?
Yep.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing?
Yeah.
Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Did she respond to that at all when you said that?
No.
Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes.
She has?
Yes.
Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over to pick up the baby.
Why?
Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry, repeat it?
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have any, she said, like, she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called her mother on her cell phone.
What happened next?
Sorry to interrupt, no, excuse me, just, Ms. Fitzsimmons is the defendant here, and she cannot see the witness.
Oh.
Can she kind of move her over here, Judge?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I want her to be able to see.
Yeah, of course, no, absolutely. We can move, and if maybe you folks slide down a little bit. Is it because of the angle or is
The
it because of that
computers.
screen?
The computers.
Oh, the computers, okay. So it's, Ms. Fitzsimmons, it's important that you and all counsel are able to see everything, okay? Thank you. Can you see? Can't see, you may have to sit 2 rows back there. I don't think that there's much that we can do about it. Maybe you can move the table up or something.
Thank you.
Okay, counsel, you all set? Everyone set in the back row? Okay. Hold on one second. Ms. Moriarty, can you see?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So what happened next? She called her mother.
She called her mother.
Okay.
Yep.
Did she ask if she could gather anything for the baby?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about that.
She asked if she could get some items for the baby. So the baby started getting fussy in like the bouncy chair. Officer Noonan ended up holding the baby for a little bit. And Tim Houston and I went around with Miss Fitzsimmons into the kitchen first. She opened some drawers. There were some like jars and formula bottles, whatnot, that she was grabbing and putting in a bag. And then we came around. She went upstairs to the bedroom where the shooting occurred. I was with her. She walked in, looked around. We walked back out, went back down the stairs, and then she went into the room. If you're looking at the house, it'd be the room on the right that had like storage shelves along the wall. There were some diapers and other things like that she grabbed.
Okay. Why did you escort her around?
Because it's serving an order like that, you don't let anyone, I mean, we control the house, we control movements.
Okay, so you wouldn't let her be in a room by herself?
No.
Or out of your sight?
Correct.
Okay. What were you looking for as she was walking around the house?
Any potential weapons.
So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right, if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house, and her mother showed up right around that point.
Who had the baby when her mother showed up? Do you remember?
Officer Houston had the baby when her mother showed up.
Was there a handoff at that point?
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah, the mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order, and the statement was made that we were taking her baby, and I told her we're not taking your baby. Justin is, and she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Elaine arrive?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Elaine arrived with his sister. They came in the house. Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend, he had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him,
Okay.
or give them to him.
So he had left the house. Excuse me. Do you know her name to be Courtney Alien?
Yes,
Elaine, excuse me. And she took the baby outside.
yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things, including a suitcase in the basement.
Okay, and did he go down the basement?
He did.
After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Noonan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, at some point, did Officer Houston come down?
He did.
And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there because we didn't want them interacting. So Officer Houston was going to hold Justin the alien at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen. And
Okay, and Officer Noonan is still upstairs overseeing the defendant?
yes.
What happened next?
Maybe a minute later, I'm down in the family room with Kelsey's mother and the child. They're over by the couch. She's holding the baby. I'm standing right basically on the wall of where if you pivot around the stairs would be to go upstairs, and the front door opens kind of funny. So I was just standing there waiting, and then I heard Officer Noonan.
Was the baby still in the house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
The baby was
Yes.
gone at that point. Okay, so how close are you?
So
to-
Kelsey's mother is still downstairs in the living room or family room with me. She's over by the couch, and I was standing by the wall,
By the wall near the.
closest to the staircase to go up the stairs.
Okay, did you ever hear Officer Noonan or anybody else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
What happened, I heard Officer Noonan call out in like a loud authoritative voice, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey.
Okay, and what happened after?
Hold on one sec, catch up, please. Well said, thank you.
Did you hear anything after that?
Gunshots,
How many of you remember?
2,
Coming from upstairs?
yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Noonan call out, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey, I pivoted, looked up the stairs and started running up the stairs.
When did you hear the gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Noonan, was he at the top of the landing?
He was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured?
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see the gun was, she had a firearm down by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed, between her and the bed, and then we started dealing with it, like rendering it.
Where was Officer Noonan?
Dealing with it.
In the bedroom.
Did you have your gun out?
No.
Did he have his gun out?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the gun on the bed?
The gun on the bed, at some point when I was trying to wrap gauze around her.
Where'd you get the gauze from?
Officer Noonan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
Sorry, Officer who?
Noonan handed it to Officer Core, C-O-R-R.
Did you, can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yeah, so she had a gunshot wound to her chest or between the abdomen and the chest, like right below like the breastplate. And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need
Officer down.
Something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground,
Yes.
yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
Fire personnel arrived?
Yes,
They take her away?
they did.
Okay. What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What happened with the gun? If you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had next to her when you walked into the room? Do you know where that ended up?
Yeah, so if you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was like a gun safe on the floor right there. And Officer Core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to, things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question, did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so.
You can rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Brado, the most efficient way for me to handle objections.
Say
You
it.
know, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike
I
anything?
am moving to strike and asking for rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay. And
What?
Not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer.
What happened to her
and
gun?
Ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What court?
What Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden. I'll look out for it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said
Okay.
earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been
Pre-marked.
pre-marked?
Yes.
Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive and an envelope. So the
I'm sorry,
next-
I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive in
Yeah.
an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay,
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
Those are agreed to.
Okay. All right.
They're
So,
stipulated.
No, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes,
What's that?
that's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, even though there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house, I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to your honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the
May I
house.
approach you?
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Thank you. Okay, I get it. So do you want to take another look?
No, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
And that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes,
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come into the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same,
stairs going up?
yes, yes. Yeah.
This motherfucker's fucking fine.
Sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night? I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Who took the photos?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay, thank you.
Why are we entering them through him?
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do You recognize
That's
that?
when you walk in that first door, it's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in, that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes,
What stairs are those?
those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'll show you exhibit number 13. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the living room.
Living.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left,
Yes,
do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
So right here?
Can I, let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room? and-
Objection, Your Honor.
There's another room
Testifying.
that leads to the kitchen?
Reading.
That makes sense?
Yes,
What the fuck, Bradle?
Is that room that we were just looking in?
correct, same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you
I'm
just?
sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay, so right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen.
Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers, like a cabinet that she'd opened. There were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe
And
formula.
that's exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As the
kitchen?
kitchen, yeah, part of the kitchen, just different angle.
I'm going to display, to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen and to the, in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator, yes, yes.
Grad, these are relevant.
Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
Bathroom. No, I do not.
Is that people that stairs down, going down to the basement?
Objection leading.
Potentially, yeah,
Okay, I'll get that.
sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes,
What room is that?
it's,
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
This guy sucks.
it's off of the kitchen.
So and now
The kid.
we almost went around the whole house. in a circle.
Yeah,
Now I'm showing you what the mark is exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
yes.
Okay, what is that?
That'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle.
Yes.
show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
It's very narrow.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see.
Yeah, because he's just flying through this shit. Let me tell you what I would be focusing in here. Did they all have their phones? Yeah, they did. I can't believe that Bradle's not. All of their phones needed to be seized and any health data on them. I want to know what time they went up flights of stairs. Motherfuckers gonna talk about this shit. Let's do it. I'm just saying, I'd give my client the best a chance at winning.
Can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs,
Rule 17, everything.
looking straight on.
And here's that there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Closet.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's in the, you see a
What's
room
that?
on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare.
Yeah,
Thank you.
37 again, please.
Thank you.
Bedroom. So that was at the top of the stairs. 38. And that's the nook. Like he was talking about the shelving. And you saw like the place marker 2, evidence marker there. So we're really going to go through 72 photos.
On exhibit 38, I had trouble picking up what that was.
Sure.
Could you just ask them again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase. I guess you'd call it a hallway in between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
It's a landing, at the top, and that's up against the wall. And then you would look to the right, there's a bedroom. Look to the left, there's a bedroom. That's the shelving. That's
Number 40.
That's the baby's room.
okay. So that had the door, the baby's room. That was 39.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room.
Different angle.
Different angle.
And
Lights on.
You said that was 42?
Wait a second. The lights were off in the baby's room.
Thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
Why were they off? If you're grabbing stuff for the
That's the
baby.
baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is?
No.
Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
Bradle just sitting there.
And exhibit number 49.
49.
You recognize what that is?
That's
No.
a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved
Saw it?
by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Oh, is that chair?
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way
Sure.
just a little bit.
Police tape. Is that police tape?
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine. Thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Look at how little that bedroom is.
Exhibit number 51.
Same. It's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room.
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner, you can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left.
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
Furthest from the door, so
over here?
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way?
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left, that you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph or her left?
No, I'm sorry, our left is, we're looking at the photograph.
Like
So
on the
it'd probably
carpet.
be her right if her head was towards the air conditioning.
May I ask the witness to get that down in the purchase screen?
Yes.
That room,
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here, like if my hand was the body, it was kind of laid like this, her head was like right over in here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg, she was laying on her back. and
that'd be her
so-
right leg.
But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her,
You
and
couldn't
then
see the
you saw
gun.
the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
So it's her left leg.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit
Wait, is she
number
left or right-handed?
5. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in, right, it'd be like the bottom of the screen,
Okay.
or the
And
bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were attending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything
Well,
else?
actually, yeah, I mean, we were both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs, and I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection, motion to strike.
Sustained.
Yeah. The hearsay.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how
So you didn't think she was a,
long after
but yet it's a,
after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
It maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
what?
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
No.
And counsel?
I would object, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation.
Exactly.
But if it qualifies, I'll,
Now, you stated it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him, that he said something to you, correct?
Yes,
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
yes,
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was. When you.
I remember
talked to
when
him,
I had a convo.
At the station.
yeah, definitely.
And how so?
Was he
I
shaking?
think like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed, a little bit, trying to process what just happened, bewildered.
Sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor? What was his emotional state, etc.
I wouldn't say he wasn't emotional. He appeared shaken a bit.
Shaken.
I'd renew my request, Your Honor.
No.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Miss Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
What? They were
The fire
there?
department was there that quickly?
Fire
Exactly.
department was there very quickly.
Well,
Yes.
where's the CAD
All
notes?
right. I'll tell you what, this sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right, so we will stand recess safe for 15 minutes.
Okay.
Paper airplane. No, I know, it's cool. I do the same stuff.
Okay. What the heck? All right, guys. This is. I mean, I don't know why these people are acting like it's any different. There's just no jury there. So did they just like lose all like brains like here? Like you're still like Your Honor, objection calls for Your Honor leading, Your Honor this. I just don't understand. But whatever. Let's take a look at. I really want to point out a couple things here. That bedroom is super, super tiny. Let's go back to his beginning of his testimony here. Okay. This is Sean Daly again. He brings Justin to her and to violate this restraining order. Makes no sense. So I would think that you would have like, was there any reason you had to run right over right now before you have a plan here? Hey, you came here with your sister. So how about this? The sister's going to come with me. Okay. I'm curious. Usually like a judge is like, yeah, here's your restraining order. You live where? Does the baby have like a place to like, does the baby have a room where you're staying? Like these are all things that the judges like to know. You just don't take a baby from their home and go and just stay on someone's couch. I mean, ridiculous. But whatever. The police think it's a good idea to not have a plan to go over to Kelsey's. And so they say that, Kelsey was, a very new officer, 2024. She had her service weapon on June 30th, 2025. Daly had somebody drive by the residence to see if her car was there, and it wasn't. But yet they did enough snooping around to find out, oh, it's over here. It's located in this, where the school is. Bizarre. They didn't initially tell her what they were there for when they got there. Again, bizarre. They asked her to put the baby down, put the baby in this little, jumperoo. Justin said he had concerns about her harming the baby, herself, and them. I think Bradle needs to hit on that, like herself, harming herself. You know what I mean? I don't know why they would be shaken up if somebody had come to you, and there should be no shock here. If you guys truly took it as what Justin was saying is facts, you'd be like, oh my gosh, wait, what's going on? Is Kelsey okay? Like, that's what should be going through your brains. So when you arrive there, like, you want to, you're her colleagues, right? You guys all work together. That they didn't look at her like that. Anyways, I would think that you would take Courtney with you. You would leave Justin wherever he was, because Courtney's your sister. We're gonna go over there. Does Kelsey know you? And pack a bag for the baby, right? Potentially even, I don't see how she starts saying, I'm going to lose my job. That goes, he says those words. She said, I'm going to lose my job. That's going to be really good if Bradel can remember that and he hits on that, because that's like everything going through her head. Kelsey got upset, oh my God, I'm going to lose my job, blah, blah. I called, now this is what's great. I called Justin to come to the house. This is what the Daly guy just testified to. How did you have Justin's cell phone number? You just called him up. Why, again, why aren't you calling Courtney? I'm going to call Justin and tell Justin to come to the house. Why? For what purpose? Especially if you gave the baby to Courtney. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense to me. Then her mother shows up. He testified to. Then her mom shows up. So it's why are you calling Justin? Why aren't you waiting, halting on that a little bit? Let's get everything situated with the baby. Here, let's give the baby to Kelsey's mother. Okay. And then Kelsey's mother, hey, will you follow us down to the police department? And we're going to go ahead and do the exchange there at the police department. So, but whatever, they said, no, let's bring Justin. You're supposed to de-escalate situations. This just seems like it would escalate a situation. She went upstairs with Noonan, and Houston is his testimony. Bradel said that didn't happen, that they went down, that Houston went downstairs. So Justin arrived when Kelsey was upstairs. Okay. Courtney grabbed the baby. Justin came in and left with some stuff. Then when he comes back, he asked to get his wallet and other stuff of his, including a suitcase in the basement. Kelsey, and then it goes right into, as that was happening, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. I heard gunshots. I heard 2 of them. I pivoted, started running upstairs. Noonan was at the frame of the bed door. So if you're at the frame, that means he's standing. There is no room here. That means when he would have pivoted and looked straight up the hallway to go up the stairs, I'm saying the hallway, it's a stairwell to go up the stairs, and you're right there, you would have seen him. Okay. Did you see him with his gun drawn? What did you see of him? That area is tiny. He says Noonan was at the frame of the bedroom door. Kelsey was on the floor. So when he gets up there, did he have to barge through? Did you push Noonan's over? This is the things that I would be saying. I'd be how did you get to Kelsey if Noonan's is standing in the doorway? Did you say, hey, excuse me, can you move over? I'm trying to go over to get to her. I'd point that out. Kelsey was on the floor, opposite side, head against the wall, the feet closest to us. He says that he doesn't see the gun until he's up on her, basically. And he says the left leg. It has to be her left leg. Now think about that. If it's her left leg, is Kelsey left-handed? Okay. Why is the gun underneath her left leg? Okay. If I'm right-handed and I go to fall back, I don't know. I would expect it to be on my right side. So I want to know if Bradel's going to break this down a little bit more. He says that he got to her, saw the gun, he picked it up and started, and then he testified this way. He's then I started dealing with it. And I think that he needs to hone in and saying, you started dealing with it because this was a problem, wasn't it? I started rendering aid to my colleague. Then I started dealing with it. That was his testimony. He uses the words deal with it. I'd go fucking ham on that ass right there for that. He said he started wrapping it with gauze. Where'd you get the gauze from? Again, where'd that come from? Out of your asshole? Where's this gauze come from? I started wrapping gauze around her, grabbed the gun, gave it to another officer named Stephen Core. Well, when does Stephen Core arrive? Because all that we know that is there is Patrick Noonan, Timothy Houston, and Sean Daly. When does Stephen Core even arrive? And so if I'm Bradel over here, how do you, I don't even know this case from Adam, but I'm immediately saying that he testified that he gave Stephen Core this gun, and that happened Stephen Core doesn't get there until X amount of time. Your Honor, I'm objecting to all of this as this is not excited utterance. This is not that. There's too much time that went past. Okay. The excited utterance would be the Kelsey no, or Kelsey don't do it, Kelsey don't do it. That's excited utterance. Anything after that point, get fucked. No way. You're a cop. Okay. Y'all can testify to your own shit. She was shot in the chest, the gun wound. He rolled her over. Again, I'm assuming towards, the AC unit, because there's no room to go to the other way because of her bed's right there. So I'm guessing, him rolling her over. He says, I got on the radio and I said female down. Again, I would hone in on, you didn't say officer down. But then again, there's no jury here. But I think I would still hit on that. I don't give a shit. He said, Kelsey said, I'm sorry and I want to die. I'd hit on that. I want to die. Not you, not anybody else. Or she says, I wanted to die, right? I don't want any of you people to die. I want to die, right? And she kept saying it, he said. Then the fire personnel arrived to take her away. And then he secured the scene. What happened to her gun? The shelving. That's going to be... Brado needs to hit on this. That is where the shelving comes in as Exhibit 38, and he wants to show that. That's where the number 2 evidence marker, that picture. That's what he's referring to as what happened to her gun. He's talking about the shelving. And that, again, this is what this Stephen Core guy did, is he disabled the weapon, made it safe, and he put it in that shelving that was at the top of the stairs. Okay? Again, this is where Bradel objects to personal knowledge. Do you know that he did that, or is it just from reading reports? Like why are you basically it calls for speculation. Do you have any personal knowledge of that? Did you do it? Why aren't we just asking Stephen Core that? I think what the guy wanted, the Commonwealth prosecutor should be saying, did you handle the gun? Okay. When you handle the gun, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as he says that he passed it off to somebody, stop, nothing more. Because then we're going to pick it up with that guy, unless you're not planning on calling this guy to the stand, the other guy. But that's what Brado was arguing about and saying, I object to what did Officer Stephen Corr, Corr, do. And then he said he could see the gun. He couldn't see the gun until he got up to her. And then he's like, we were all just in shock. Again, I would hit on this. Yep, you guys were in shock. Why were you in shock? If Justin told you that, aren't you supposed to be prepared for anything? Why would you be in shock? Is it because she's never exhibited this type of behavior? Why are you in shock? Well, I'm in shock because one of my officers just shot another officer. What are you in shock about? 5 minutes after gunshot, had a convo because they were tending to her wounds. And then they didn't talk about anything until 5 minutes afterwards. And this is where we stopped here, because this is where the recess comes in. Because the Commonwealth wants this Sean Daly guy to be able to testify to whatever they were talking about to come out, which is Patrick Noonan's version of events, which is, oh my God, she pulled a gun out on me. Oh my God, she, swung a gun on me, and that's why I shot. Now, listen, ready? I was taking, if you look at the back of the pictures, look at where the AC unit is. I'm sorry, guys, but how the fuck did you hit the AC unit where was Kelsey standing? You get what I'm saying? What he just described in this room and where Kelsey's body was, how you would have had what? If you missed and your miss went into the AC unit, Kelsey had to be over to the left. She saying that she went to an open area where there was nothing there. That doesn't mesh with where her body ends up, and you would have actually hit her, and you have never hit the AC unit. So he misses, and I would focus in on was it a purposeful miss? Because that matters, because you're purposely missing because she's not aiming at you. Okay. She's aiming at herself, and you didn't want to shoot her. So your first shot missed on purpose because thinking to freeze her up. Or you can go the route that he was a complete fucking, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough of the evidence that's going to come into play, but I think that small room, how the fuck do you miss her? You don't. You don't miss her. So, I mean, you have to like try, I feel like. But then the other thing that doesn't make sense is how much time, because if she was really trying to shoot him, they're saying, yeah, her gun jammed up, and then she was trying to bang on it. Bang where? Bang on that vanity set, which puts her, like I was saying, closer over to that side. I can't believe this guy's on the SWAT team, man. Also, where I can already see there's going to be a difference of narrative here is how was Kelsey by herself? Like, period, end of story. You get what I'm saying? Like, Kelsey was by herself. And why was she? And then when they're talking about that 2 people went upstairs, the 2 officers went upstairs, how did they get there's just no room for anybody, you know what I mean? Like, his version of events is that when Kelsey went back upstairs, Noonan and Houston both went upstairs. I can't wait to hear where Houston was standing. Okay. And then where Noonan was standing, like, it's just a party up there. Also, why aren't we disarming immediately, asking for the weapons? How long was she there for? So we're going to know when. I'm all about timelines. So what time did they arrive there? And then what time was the shooting? How much time had passed between the time that they arrived there and then the shooting? Does anybody know that? Because right now, if you're a juror member, you don't even know that because it hasn't been said by anybody. You know, what time you arrived, when you guys got there, what time did, Sean Daly arrive? Details. I'm just details all day. Kelsey Fitzsimmons, FBI asked, one response, she seems to be right-handed as we've seen her write on her pad of paper with her right hand in the courtroom. Yeah. And that's a problem. That's a problem where the gun's at, in my opinion. I know there's no body cam, but they have her cameras of when she opens up the door for them. So what time of day was it? And then there's going to be the radio call in over the radio. I'm surprised that they're not entering in through this officer any of the CAD, like what time you arrived. Here's that report, just a printout. When are they going to introduce that? Let's talk about a timeline here. I cannot believe that this has gone to trial. I cannot believe that I just don't get it. Why can't it be just the regular narrative, which is she attempted to take her own life because she felt like she had no other choice, no other, like, oh my God, all this stuff's going on and happening to her. And then, yeah, I shot her to save her life. You get what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want her to die. So I shot her. Bradle's saying that they had to change the narrative because it was going to be a big problem for, like, basically the police department. Well, not really. I don't know, man. Seems like it's pretty cut and dry. I don't see why this needed to go into some crazy ass, I don't know. So basically they filed what? Attempted murder? I mean, what do they charge her with? We haven't even heard what usually they say at the beginning. What are her charges? Again, if I don't cover another case in Massachusetts after the Turtle Boy case, I will be the happiest person ever. Because this is no wonder the Maura Murray case is so fucked up. Okay, you guys know, I was looking at this, and when I saw the Haverhill, this person's from Haverhill, Massachusetts, immediately I thought of Maura Murray. I'm just absolutely blown away that Bradel comes in and says, you know what, we don't have Daniel Bennett with CIC Solutions. He's an outside agency. There was an 80-page report that he wrote up. I got it months ago. And there's just quotes in here that I've never seen before. And so I'm trying to figure out where they came from. And I've been asking, and we just never got those reports and blah, blah, blah. What? Why wouldn't you put a motion limine to keep it out of the courtroom? I don't even get it. Then he comes to court today and says, listen, we're not asking for a continuation. Well, that would be in your client's best interest to have a continuation because you don't have all the material. Is it not? This is how they wrote it. What is this? Yeah. Haverhill. Maura Murray traveled through that area. That's the only reason I know that. I don't know. This is just, I just feel like it's a huge waste of time. I don't understand.
What do I got to get here?
Somebody seems like they should be, just because she was set to go back and to work, you guys, doesn't mean that she didn't have postpartum, and I would be arguing that. I mean, has Kelsey ever had issues in the past? To be able to become a police officer, they do a lot to check, look into you. And someone with mental health problems isn't, just getting passes to come on and be armed with a fucking weapon. Okay. She was getting gaslit by her fucking boyfriend or fiance, whatever. And then he's gassing her up, acting like whatever. And then behind her back goes and says all this crazy shit. She's the one that's taking care of the kid, But again, just because I don't know why Bradel wanted, she was scheduled to be back and go into work. I don't know if I would have made that point. Because just because you're scheduled to go back to work does not mean that you're, ready. Anyways. This prosecutor, don't know who the fuck he is. He acts like he's never prosecuted a case before. And this whole bench trial has thrown all of them off like it matters. Like it's just like anything changes, it doesn't. You definitely don't want to skate on what you're saying your narrative is versus their narrative. How they're saying that the only credible evidence is that she pulled a gun out on them. Mind blowing. There's no evidence of it. It's he said, she said. And anytime if I was a judge, if I had only he said, she said, sorry, because even if this is beyond a reasonable doubt, he said, she says doesn't. You're gonna sit here and tell me that there was no type of conversation being had other than just no, Kelsey, no, or what did he say? In quotes, Kelsey, don't do it. Kelsey, don't do it. I don't see an officer saying that to somebody that pulled the gun out on them. Let's just say that. And this is beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. Get fucked. This judge must have had to take a really long piss. He's going to come back and rule, by the way. We're waiting for his ruling. And his ruling is whether or not he's going to let excited utterance in after 5 minutes. Well, guys, don't worry. In Idaho, the state wanted excited utterance after 9 hours. Get out of here. They wanted excited utterance.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are heard.
All right, so we left off, and the Commonwealth seeks to admit a statement made by Officer Noonan at the scene as a spontaneous utterance. The defense has objected. Does either side want to be heard more?
I would, Judge.
Please.
I would like to be heard. So the government wants to have it both ways here. You know, they want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, you know, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect. So, you know, statements that are excited utterances are, you know, they can be made after there's been time for reflection, you know, time for possible fabrication. And here it's 5 minutes goes by, and you know, this is not, you know, I know probably all of us attorneys in this room, and Your Honor certainly are used to thinking about excited utterances maybe in a little more of a liberal fashion, like a domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. You know, they've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts. And I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of the exciting event. And the court should consider the factors such as whether it's made in the same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is not claiming that, you know, Officer Noonan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Noonan is present. He's going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value you see fit.
Okay.
The last thing, Judge, if I may respond, is sorry. It's just that, you know, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive. It's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass. Strike that. 476 Mass 1041 at page 1042, a 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection. This will be somewhat of a double negative, but I'm strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection sustained.
Yay.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Gubitosi.
Thank you. Just one other question. You were on scene at the time of the shooting.
Sustained, just for the record, guys, that means sustained. That's not coming in. Okay. No. Overruled means I'm overruling your objection, and he can go ahead and answer the question, you know, and give whatever the question was, give his answer to it. So huge win. If that was Judge Hippler, that would have not happened.
Right. Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of Mr. Rainless
What?
outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound too, or is it?
No.
So Kelsey choosing not to park in the driveway. Is it because she didn't want? Is she trying to trick Justin into like coming to the house? Like, oh, she's not there. Let me come. You know. I don't know. That's Kelsey coming home with the baby.
Can you folks in the back row see all right?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. It just, you can see when it's on the screen.
She was at the park waiting for Justin.
That's okay.
But see how like this hasn't even come up yet? But she just left the car there. Maybe she didn't want to put the baby in the hot car. I don't know. You don't know why her car's there. She knew that he wasn't coming. But per the text messages, he just ghosted her. The fuck's going on here? What's going on? Do they not know how to run this? They're having some technical issues here. Mm.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can, in my questioning, I can play it after when we have it all set.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wayne, you think you can just in a couple minutes, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
We're having some issues.
All right. All right. So, yeah, why don't we maybe try to fix it at the lunch break? Would that work? Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
Okay. We'll get that fixed over lunch.
All right. But if we're going to do that, Mr. Wayne, is that?
This judge is really patient, it seems like.
That's okay.
We have IT here. I haven't come up with the brief.
Okay, that's fine.
Just
Thank you.
continue on. Nobody can have Hector. Hector is just too fucking good. I would have never
All right. So,
stipulated
do you have questions?
that shit.
You have additional questions?
No,
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I thought that you had additional questions.
no, that's what I said. I wasn't asking any additional questions, so I
You
can,
weren't that. Okay.
I can sit down.
So,
Okay,
so I
perfect.
guess, Mr. Bradle,
Cross.
We started to watch Exhibit 73 at cutoff. We're having some audio-visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross?
I
Without
can
it-
start, but it is my problem now, Judge, I guess. I just
It is,
would like
okay.
it to work at
So
some point.
So to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it. So,
Well, it doesn't matter.
But,
No questions coming.
where's our IT folks?
What the? What the? What the? Judge has no logic right there. Do your cross and then we'll play the video, and then you can cross them on the video.
While we're doing that, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Ugh. All right. So knowing that there's not going to be any more questions, right? We're going to get our first attempt here at Bradle Crossing. He's got to hit on some really important parts. So let's see if he does that. Ridiculous. I cannot believe that this went to trial. I cannot believe this is in the courtroom. First time watching a trial with Atlanta. Loving this coverage. Yeah, well, this is we're treating ourselves like jurors for this. I just can't believe this is made in the courtroom. I just can't believe it. Ugh. Up, here we go. You know what trial's going to be off the hook? The Magnolia JLR trial. Damn. What a mess. Yeah, if you just came in, go ahead and hit the thumbs up. You guys could be anywhere watching this amazing trial. Choosing to be here, I appreciate you. If you didn't know, I did a timeline of JLR. I'm going to be doing a timeline of Magnolia. Yeah. We do not support nor condone any violence. That needs to get straightened out immediately. Who's this broad? Who's the person sitting next to Kelsey on the right? So Bradle did this himself. What is she looking at? Like, what is she facing? How many years? Like, what's going on? None of this is working properly. This is, so Bradle is Aiden Carney's attorney. This is his paralegal. I know there's a big issue with these paralegals and trolling on the internet. I have no idea what's going on with that.
Folks, let me just make sure that I understand. Mr. Gubitosi, you had, if this were to play to its conclusion, you would have no questions?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So
Cross can begin.
Why don't we do this? Let's march forward with the cross.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Commonwealth can follow up on redirect. And maybe
Here we go.
Get it working. All right. Unless you were going to start with that.
I'm trying to be flexible, but I do want to set the stage with how
Okay.
Kelsey came home and how they.
Kelsey has two attorneys. Martha. Okay, thank
That's
you.
fine. You should be able to try your case.
I mean, if that's true, how does she still have a job?
Just an idea is we have the actual DVR from the house, and so we have the same stuff. We may be able to play it from ours. Actually, it's even better. We do have their compilation. We can
Okay.
play from here, maybe?
Right, you have the exhibit, you're just putting it in a
Right.
different computer.
Okay, right.
Is that right? Can you just confirm that that's right? That
Yes.
it's
Yes.
the same exhibit? Okay.
Yes, sir, it's what we received.
So let's see if we can get it moving, and if
We
so,
have it on, we have it on a thumb drive.
They're like, we know how to run a fucking computer.
all right.
How
so
long is
why
this
don't we do
complicated?
this? Let's start from the top. Can you?
Oh, there we go,
can you just
205.
replay, just start it from the beginning. We're still going to consider this, that this is during the direct by the Commonwealth of the
Yeah.
lieutenant. And this is exhibit 73.
Exactly.
And now, of course, it won't work because I've said too much.
It's going to work. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
2:06 p.m. Hey. It's it's Frank. Okay, so then okay, they don't come until 4:49. 4:49 p.m. Same day. 3 officers. Okay. There they come. Marchy March. Come on in. Front porch. Ringy ring. Ringy ring ring. There's Kelsey with the babes. She just opens up the door. One, two, three. She just lets them in. Hey, we're here to talk to you. We're not going to tell you what we're here to talk to you about, but just go ahead and put the baby down. Okay. Then next we have 5:02 p.m. This would be, I'm guessing, let's see who this is. Oh, little babes. Then we have 5:04. Oh, that's her mom then. 5:04. He just walks right in. Justin and Sis. Her mom. They take the baby. 5:05 and 57. Take baby and car seat. And then 5:07 and 21 seconds. Justin. Justin comes back. 5:07, 43 seconds. He needs a flashlight. Grabs a suitcase for himself. 5:07, so nothing with the baby. Is it over here? That's what I said. Hang on. I said we're going to eat first and I'll explain it. So that's it. He takes, oh my God. Oh my God. You see him just running like that? He went and hid. Oh my God. Wait, what? That's the shooting. $509. Oh my God, her poor mom. Justin just shot. Justin, what a pussy, ran. 5:09. 19. Cop leaves. What a pussy. Little bitch. $5:10. 5 seconds. Cop comes back. With bag. 5:12:43. Cop comes. Now here's the medic. 5:13. Medic 1. 1 medic. 2 medics. Now 5:17. 56. 1, 2, 3. Where all these guys come from? Take Kelsey out. She has socks on. They must have been staged.
That's it. Is that the
Okay.
conclusion? Okay. And, all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay. All right, so cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Photographs. Oh, yes, yeah, photographs, thank you. Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
All right, that's all right. I just need to be able to see Mr. Brado. All set, Mr. Brado.
Sorry, did something just happen? So I was hoping to just.
Oh, you're going to replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right. So
And that was
I'm
actually
sorry,
working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you ready?
All right, may I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right.
to?
When did you write it?
Afterwards,
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did
And how many times did you do that?
once.
And when was that?
Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th, since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Alayan at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
Anywhere
about
about this?
if I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event,
I mean about this incident, about the
Oh.
service of the restraining order.
just in the lobby.
So
And
once-
then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him.
What time?
How did you get a hold of his phone number?
Because he gave it, I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I would
was he-
assume he drove, but I
Well,
don't
you
know.
interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Lane, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I saw the order. No.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Alayan
went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living, well, I knew he wasn't living at the residence because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
Thank you.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
Or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
Okay. So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order, did you call Justin to come to the house?
Exactly.
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Why?
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Newman.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker.
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the,
Ask me if
I'll
he
ask a
called.
more detailed
Okay,
question,
please.
sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that to, you didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF. No.
All right, aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
Report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Elaine could go into that house.
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what?
I
We're
told
going to
her-
let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I told
did
her
you say?
was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever. And that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised the, she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff. is how, what
Duh.
precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin and Elaine?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying
Logistics.
that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is, not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby, didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony, you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
So you get in there, Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home, she's got the baby in her hands, she's got sweat clothes on, she's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
Because you asked her to. That's what you said in direct.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying.
Correct.
And she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
So
there was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there. There was a bottle with formula or whatever there. Yes.
And she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Noonan.
Correct.
Right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right? She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said. She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh, yes.
And she gave him the bottle and he fed her. Right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025. That's what I have in my notes.
2024.
That's not
No,
right,
it was
is it?
before. I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23.
Okay.
Is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill
Correct.
instructor?
Yes.
What?
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right. So she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Alain asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
On direct, he said that Noonan went down there with them, and so did Houston.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe
The baby.
at that point, Officer Houston had the baby.
How did Officer Houston get the baby?
Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive at that
So
point.
at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby
And where were you?
in the living in the living room.
So then how-
Sir.
Yes.
At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happened, he's downstairs. He did not join with me.
He's
He's around in like the kitchen right at the top of the staircase,
so he's
according to him.
Houston
You don't
is
see him?
downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like
in
maybe like a
between-
landing, like the top
Sure.
landing of the
in
steps?
between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes,
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
How can you look at? Where's Noonan?
Where were they?
Over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes,
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
yes.
And at some point, you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were
Yeah, it was
interviewed.
by her left leg. Like
Well, under is different than by.
when I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her. I could
There's no
not see
question
it.
before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes,
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, You said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but
Sure. May I approach her?
Approach, can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness page 21 of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Hampton PD.
Okay, you want him to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Daly, do me a favor, look. You can look anywhere you want on the page, but I want to invite your attention to right here. You can look up and down. Just take a look and familiarize yourself when you're comfortable. You got it? Okay. I'm going to read something and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
you did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Why did you roll her over?
To see if there was an exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes.
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her,
Where'd you get that?
trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to him?
The same thing.
You didn't ask why he
Now,
fucking
you were asked,
shot her?
if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No,
What do you mean?
what happened? Just physically, did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it, and emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had the gun checked.
I appreciate you trying to help. My question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time,
What did you see? Who
Oh.
got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were three of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they do.
What?
And when did you get the firearm back?
Right there?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
And sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being given up and checked?
I never witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point. So they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from his firearm. Okay. So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? You
Fair
can
enough.
do that? Now, you spoke with Justin Elaine at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Elaine about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Elaine in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Elaine said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was
the
part of the
question.
quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
And so that statement from Justin Elaine, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No, I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is that
it's
correct?
a fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was actually, yes.
Did you-
Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider Justin Elaine's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider, I'm sorry, can you
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right? He was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'll strike it.
Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
All right, so you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you?
Yeah, did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind? towards Kelsey.
I don't know that, I didn't take everything that you said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I
Go ahead.
talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Hey, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Do you know how quickly he called him? I mean, this all happened so quickly. Officers arrive at 4:49. Her mom gets there at 5:02. Justin and his sister get there at 5:04.
So Lieutenant Daly, after the shooting and a crime scene is established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well,
fuck
there's
they are.
Officer Seaway,
Yes.
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seaway?
Seawade, SEWADE, Your Honor. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
Yes.
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Noonan, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Can you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes.
You don't serve an affidavit.
Never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and one of the two. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give it to him,
That's correct.
and you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document that printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remained in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit. So you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served at.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it, couldn't you? And you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on,
The court
hold on.
decides, right?
Are we going on to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
No, thank you.
Do you have any read?
No, you're.
let me just see if I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and then we can come back at 10:02?
Yes.
We'll stand at recess.
And we're going to be taking our recess here too as well. We kicked you off here with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The timeline of all this happening, it should really open people's eyes. Justin Heaven just walking in there, he was not escorted downstairs. So Noonan's had the baby at one point because then the baby was passed off to Houston because that was Houston with the baby to then let in Kelsey's mother. This is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. To know that he actually trained her, this gentleman here, Daly. And I mean, if there's any time that you think that a police officer is going to be giving somebody like grace or when you want to say the thin blue line gets a little thicker with their own, what it seems like is Justin must be a really good dick sucker because it's like they just bent over for whoever this Justin guy is, who he is. He's a firefighter. Okay. This guy didn't write up a report. When he did, that's what Breda was saying. When did you turn this over? Who'd you give this to? Your opening witness didn't write a report. Awesome. Stellar. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Yeah. Wow. Just wow. Just wow. I think she won. I think she won. This is fucking bad. All right, guys. See you on the next one. Fucking ridiculous. Absolutely.